Hello, guys, and welcome to the late night session. This is our comeback after like 2 weeks or a little more. I didn't play much. I was away and I played some like few hours on my phone. I really missed the game. So today we are starting pretty late. We have one Zoom table and three normal tables. Um, So let's get into the action and let's try to see what will happen. Can we get immediately that feeling like we never stop playing, that like we never had a pause? Usually when I don't play one day, it's not that great. I immediately play a lot worse. But now I had a little bigger pause. I still think I did uh, think about poker. I actually answer all the hands on my Discord. We had a few nice discussions. So I feel that I was playing basically. That is my feeling. So we're gonna see if it's like that. And yep, also gonna play on iPoker most of my traffic soon. And I wanted to go. Let's see this guy. I'm gonna go with the check raise. Um, so then I'm gonna go to most of my traffic will be on iPoker and Super Sport Poker, and still I'm gonna play sometimes on Stars just to keep my chest level up. And this guy's big whale. And now my winnings are 9.2 BBs per 100 on 630,000 hands. Um, and I wanted to try to see if we can actually get if we can actually get back to the 10 BBs, which would be really nice, and I could just finish in style with my breakthrough HUD. Basically, we I released the HUD in the February uh, February of 2022, so it's a little more over a year, little over a year, and we're gonna step small, and yep, a little more over a year, and 1 year and like 4 months. Gonna go 1/3 here. Table number 2 we're gonna check, and there we're gonna jam on table number 4. He's raising ace queen. We're going with ace king always, so nothing we can do there. On table number 2, small step, I think works really good. And check there. Table number 2 folding. He raised the flop when he's short. Call the big 3-bet, raise the flop. Okay. And folding there. Table number 1 we're gonna open if we have a chance. Folding everything else. And opening jack 4 suited. And we actually have other tables running, and I didn't see. I didn't add myself in the list. Add the list. We're gonna do it now. Queen 5. Gonna open. And we're gonna go with the delay here. They really overflowed to delays, and we can capitalize on that. Turn is also not connecting with their checking behind range very much, and a bunch of our hands that check on the flop improved on the turn. We're gonna have gut shots. We're gonna have hands like a top pair, weak top pairs that we checked, middle pairs. All of these hands want to be betting on the turn, so we have value range, and we can just bluff without equity into the lines that are people of or folding to. Okay, I add myself at the list, and I'm gonna add myself to one more table on the list. I'm gonna put it on my other monitor. And Jack 9, I'm gonna go with a 3 bet on a zoom. A7, we're gonna go like this, block river here. Fold 2 off. Table number 2, we're gonna go to 3 bet to 7. Um, this guy just rarely delay betting. I'm calling with the 6-7. It's one of my favorite hands. It's also a really nice call of the 4 betting position. So this size, we're just gonna have a call range. When he uses like this big size, we're just gonna call. And folding there. He should be actually checking a lot because his overpairs has like queens, kings. He needs to protect them. He has a bluff, so it doesn't matter, but turn he actually needs to be checking. With queen jack, he's obviously betting. But ace is not that great when he used this big of the size. Ace is not that great in this situation. Table number, let's see. To an orbit, we're gonna orbit jam. We're gonna fold to this guy, and let me see. Okay. This table will be broken, and the good thing is that I have another one immediately here, so we're just gonna go with that one. Here it is. 7-10. I'm gonna check behind. And fold table number 2. 6-8. We're gonna be opening on a cutoff. The next video, or the video in next to one of the next two videos, will be again the pool analysis. A lot of you guys on Discord discuss that it's really useful, and I agree. Knowing how the pool plays is extremely useful. You can make a lot of folds in a situation where, for example, you have mixed strategy of calling or folding in a spots that are underbluffed by the full pool. It's a lot better to just immediately make these folds and not use this mixed strategy when it's not necessary. And yeah, definitely really good to know the pool, and I'm going to definitely make videos a lot more in that context because it's really important. We gonna go. I'm gonna check behind here this hand and block the river. Do you want to block or check? And let's go half. Actually, I'm gonna go with an orbit now with our hand. We're gonna rep like a 6-7 the check behind, or kind of like a queen jack. Blocking top two against a weaker player, I think checking is nice. We are we basically it's gonna have a bunch of draws and hand like 8-9, queen 9, queen 8, all of these hands. So I think checking is really nice when you have top two there and we overbet the turn. When he uses this size, he probably doesn't have anything. This size doesn't have any sense. We're just gonna be jamming. And he did induce here, so he had it. He called with the pocket fives. 80% bet on the flop. 82%, okay. 1/4. Table number 4. The size on the river is absolutely, I don't know how to say. You are never wanting to have this size on the river ever. And you don't have any fold equity. You're going to be bluff raised. You're okay, now you want to be bluffed raised, but doesn't matter. This size doesn't fit your any like bluffs or basically anything. And we're just gonna go with the like 2/3 here with delay and bet. And I'm just thinking about the size I want to choose. I'm gonna go with the block in this situation, and we're just gonna call to let this guy in. We are basically repping hand like ace-9, and the guy has king-queen. Okay. We gone into the new table also, and we can now leave the Zoom tables. I'm gonna go 1/3. I play sometimes Zoom, but I don't prefer it because it's lacking the really important element of table dynamics. I'm gonna go bet now. It's like a merge bet here. Even still, we will probably not fold. I mean, basically, jacks we can fold. We can fold like he doesn't have like a queen 5 suited, so we're basically betting for our. And this is really weird that he did this. Really weird. Hmm. I'm really not sure what he reps there. Jack 9 suited, maybe eyes of 5x. To me, he looks like doesn't have sense. We have clear check. Okay, he bluffed with the king jack. It just doesn't have sense. When basically Jack 9 off is never isolating 5x. Jack 9 suited maybe is also not isolating, and he only reps Jack 9 when actually he reps only Jack 9 that slow play that only check call flop, and that's not like very. Jack 9 would also bet very often, so it doesn't have sense. He reps something basically that he would never play like this, or rarely would play like this King Jack, and he on Jack 9, and he only reps Jack 9. And now, when you think about would Jack 9, and he basically reps only suited versions, so would Jack 9 check call 1/3 here, or would it go with a bet on the board that's favorable for his range and should be betting a bunch? Jack 9 is probably betting more than it should. It is check calling one third. So immediately um, his value range is like divided. So his value range is four combinations here, but played like this, I would say it's maybe one combination played like this. So he reps really, really, really narrow. Even if he jammed there, it would be, I mean, I would be tempting to call because it doesn't have sense. He reps basically only one combo. Pocket queens will never play like this. Pocket tens, eights wants a better flop. Yep, he just reps Jack 9 and Jack 9, only Jack 9 suited, and I don't think it's playing like this very, very often. Okay. The guy is jamming immediately, folding there. Jack 4, we're gonna fold. Queen Jack suited, we're opening. If we get rivet, we are calling. It's always really important to uh, always say what they rep in this situation and then go back into the hand to see if the hand that they rep had sense on the previous streets. So for example, when we know that he's repping Jack 9, we go to the preflop. What kind of Jack 9 he has? Does he ISO UTG whale with the Jack 9? No, he doesn't. So he only reps like a Jack 9 suited that is isolating there, 5x, and maybe not all of the combinations are isolating. Maybe some hands are limped in this situation. So definitely, even pre-flop, uh, we can take away some combos. On the flop, we can definitely take away a lot more combos because now uh, he's not rep incredibly the hand that check called on the one third step with the Jack 9 on the board. It's favorable for his range and he should be betting a lot. So definitely always do this. Always go back into the hand and see, okay, does it have a sense what they rep in the hand? We're gonna go one third on the flop. We can go also with the check. Usually two broadways are really favorable in this situation for the three better. So we're gonna bet, and on the turn it can go both ways. It can go with the check or with the bet. With the flush draw, we want to be mainly betting the turn still, and our size I think want to be half pot on the turn and check on the rear. Yep, I'm check calling this combination because he shouldn't be bluffing with spades and having the ace of spade is actually good here. And he did use the pretty quick jam. So he would probably think a little bit at least um, when he has it, not immediately jam. So we have a call. Ace deuce is opening. He turned this 8 into bluff into the small size, it seems. I'm gonna call here actually in position with the hand. We basically like to play in position, checking behind, king 7. And now when we are facing the double check, we're gonna go half pot. Yep, and I think we have hand here like a king 10, king jack. We have some 9 10 that didn't want to bet the flop. I think I'm gonna go with the bigger size now. Yep, we rep narrow, but we still have some value. We still have some hands like a king 10. We have some hand like a king 9. and we have king jack that's always playing like this, so we still have some value. And like we check 8 9, we can check sometimes 9 10, and yeah, we still have some value. I like 9 10, like king jack, king 10 in this line can also bet big on size on the river. And just check on the river with the king 7, king queen. We are gonna open 5 7 also. I'm calling here. We are also 3 max. The guy is really tight, so I'm going to immediately fold. We have checking behind here. So what we want to do? Do we want to turn the hand into bluff there? I think, or just check. I'm gonna go with the check. We're gonna have a lot of bluffs, and I'm gonna go 2/3. He checked behind twice with the 9 10. In a tribute pot. I mean, flop, when he's using polar size, the flop is actually good for his range, so I wouldn't be checking behind never 9 10. I would bet it always, because polarized range is gonna have 8 9 off. It's gonna have hand like jack 9 off, 8 10 off. So a lot of hands like off to pair and pair plus open-ended draw is gonna be in a range. So a lot of high equity hands is gonna be in a three bet bluffing range of big blind versus small blind, and definitely it's not like he needs to be checking because polarized range hits actually this board nice, and his hand is bet on the flop. Um, Small bet, 1/4 on the turn. This is check fold in position, so he check folds a bunch, and whenever we see a guy that check folds a bunch, we want to just turn down the size, because if you bet big, you're playing into his hand. He just folds a lot, and when you bet small, he needs to defend a lot more. And if he's overfolding that, you're gonna be printing money. So basically, that's you want to just uh, give him opportunity to make mistakes. And this guy actually four bets. Okay, he four bets pocket nine, so he's probably four betting wider for value. Pocket six, we're gonna call. It's three max, and usually pocket six are sometimes call. Pocket pairs actually are always nice, and on the flop we're folding. He should be lowering down the size, and he used the bigger size. Check on the flop, table number one. This guy's big whale, so we're gonna mark him. And then immediately against him, I'll go with the raise. And we're just gonna go with the pot. He's gonna have straight, like when he bets like this bigger size in the multi-way. And we want to just immediately make the pot big against him. Don't like a check behind on the king XX. Usually what they do, they bet all of their bluffs, and when they check behind, they're gonna have like a trap, or they're gonna have like a medium strength hand. When whatever the case is, uh, in this type of boards, when they check behind like ace XX or king XX, they're just gonna love bluff. They're gonna like bluffs because bluffs gonna go in the betting range. They know that the board is good for them to be bluffing on. So whenever they check, especially weaker players tend to do that. They're gonna have monster. They're gonna slow play, or they have like a medium strength hand. But whatever the case is, when I see it, I don't like it. 5-7 folding, pocket fives. The guy is really, really tight. The guy is really, really tight. Sorry about me coughing. My daughter, wife, and son, all of them had got some virus on the when we were on vacation. They had some virus that is going into the children a lot, and mm, it also affected me a bit. I'm still can play, everything is good. Just to let you know, uh, because I know it's not nice sound when somebody's coughing. I'm just gonna fold pocket fives against this guy. It was a little deeper, and I think in a let's go into the deep pop up just to see. But generally, this type of guys like this is his first three bet that he did now. So when it's situation deeper, I'm gonna go 1/3 on 3-10-7. Usually you want to mix sizes. You can go bigger, you can go 1/3. I think both is okay. This guy check raises a bunch, and on this board actually he's not gonna be that strong. He's actually not gonna be that strong on the 3-7-10. There is no off to pair, and 7-10 suited is only two pair combinations he's gonna have. Pocket sevens are three betting at least some of the time, and he is stuck with their value range of pocket threes mostly. Are we gonna overbet here? I still call. Overbet here with 12.5. He's basically wrapping it like king 10 or ace 10 with the club on the river. So now, yep, we have call. He put the pocket trees in the block side, which I think it's fine because his value range is mostly pocket trees. Okay, 8-9 is, but 8-9 will not, probably not gonna bet like small on the turn. 8-9 is gonna go bigger. So he's wrapping, I thought like maybe mostly ace 10 or king 10 with the club, but he put the pocket trees in this, which is okay. It's completely okay. If he actually used the bigger size, I would actually be folding because his river aggression is really, really low. Even now, I think it's probably a fold without the club. But he's not wrapping a flush anyway, so having a club is not that important. But I would say probably bottom of his value range is like king 10 with the club. But based on his aggression, maybe he doesn't, maybe ace 10, and now we're not beating anything except the bluff played like this. And the guy with this aggression is not gonna play it like this. And here, like Jack 9 is like only obvious bluff there. If he's not having like a non-equity hands, if he's not having like ace 8 or ace 5 with a club with the ace blocker, and I'm not sure if this guy is doing that, or hand like a queen 9 of hearts or queen 9 with the queen of clubs. I don't think this guy is doing that, and I don't think he's gonna put it in this size. We're gonna go delay big with our hand. I mean, this would be an excellent play, but his fold versus delay is really low. And generally, what we want to bluff here are hands like a 10 jack, like a queen 10, um, queen jack. Like ace, if we bluff ace jack, we're just over bluffing everything. Also, when he check behind there, I think he's pretty capped. Let's see, he's checking behind range. He's gonna have low hands. Um, he's checking behind range is bad. Actually, it's pretty bad. So I think there we can just attack. I think we can attack, but we would be overdoing it. Definitely overdoing it. That's why I didn't want to do it. I want to do it with the hands actually that play like this, and this hand is not playing like this. Uh, Big blind versus early 3% of 3-bet. What the guy reps. I mean, when they play like this, it's basically never a bluff. Also, um, after check turn in position, he would be also bluffing with this queen frequently. But what is he repping like? I mean, he can just check behind weak queen and then overbet it on the river because he knows the overbet sometimes like goes for, from what I remember, he goes with the check like see here, he goes with the check on the flop and then goes. That's what I remember about him. And then suddenly he overbets the river with the top with like a top pair, good kicker. So to me, it looks like more that he's actually hitted this queen with like queen jack and check behind, and now he's like overbetting with that with this hand. That's what I saw from him a couple of times, but they are never bluffing this line. And yeah, the guy's weak player, so um, weak players will not gonna bluff like in these situations. I'm gonna go with the bet against the double check. Queen 7, I'm gonna fold. You see, a weak player would bluff the queen pretty frequently because basically he knows the overcards after small c bet are better for his range than for our range. And when he check behinds, I mean, he just played against me like that. I don't fold much to an overbets basically, and that's the reason. Um, go with the check here. And I see a couple of times that he played like this with it, with like a top pair weak kicker. Check fold, queen, king 10. We're gonna try to find a new table fast. If not, we'll 3x 4-bet in position, nice. And bigger size against this player. Oh, we're gonna open 7-9 when we have a big whale. Bigger size here immediately. And immediately call a really bad turn. And now we need to tone down a little bit. Gonna just call. And on the river, we're just gonna go like half. And shout there. And we're gonna go into the one zoom table until we found the new tables. I had myself on the list, so a little bit of zoom until we get in. Queen 4, we're gonna fold. 7 8 call. We can sometimes squeeze, but I prefer hand like a 4 5 5 6 6 7 with squeezing. Checking. Let's see in a multi-way how he plays. Really low c-bet frequency we see. We are folding in a multi-way. 8-10, opening 6-7, gonna fold. 8-10 suited, nice hand. I always like this type of hands. Jack 4-5. I'm gonna go with the check raise. Usually not the hand we want to check raise. We want to go use like 8-10 or 9-10 of clubs, but I still think it's okay. The guy also seems like a fairly standard reg. He's gonna step here with pairs. He's gonna call them. We're gonna go small. A lot of our bluffing range gonna be also flush draws. And we want to bet small. We want to bet here. Our value range is still like we're gonna have pocket queens, kings. We're gonna have ace jack, and still he's gonna have hands like a sixes, like a sevens with a diamond. And on the river, we want to see what we want to rep. Do we want to go 1/3 or do we want to go 2/3? Um, let's go a little bit more polarized, and we go like this. We're gonna go play. We're gonna play 2 straight on table number 4. Bet big and shove turn. On a good, and this is like not that great because it's connected with his calls. He's gonna have a lot of. He's gonna have pair plus draw, and not gonna be that great. Call there. Hmm. I feel like pocket jacks are 4 betting, and he has. I'm not sure if he would play set like this. And I'm not sure if he's would ever do hand with a hand like pocket nines with a cloud. I don't think he's gonna ever do like that. Gonna fold to this guy. And also I don't think he's calling the off. Pretty weird spot. To this size, I don't have a lot of calling range. I do a lot of 4 betting. I would call hands like sixes, sevens, eights, mixing with even like 4 bet with tens, some nines. But until I don't know the guy, also I don't know his range. He looks really tight, so I'm gonna fold until I know a little more about him. Um, Pretty weird. I don't think he has like even like ace queen would probably 4 bet here. So yeah, it's pretty weird when he jams. What is jamming here? I don't see like he jamming sets, but he can. But he's not calling threes and fours there. There's no way he can call it. We squeeze. I mean, that he can call threes and fours in this spot, I don't think so. Let's see his opening. He also, I mean, he doesn't have that. And play tens like this would be idiotic, but it's possible having a top set there. The problem is that I just don't see him. He has 4 bet range pretty high. You see, he 4 betted tens there. So he would definitely in this spot 4-bet jacks. So what we are beating, if he's not calling ace queen off, and I don't think he is, he would mainly 4-bet it. Let's see his calling range actually. You see his calling range is really low, so calling a squeeze it's gonna be even narrower range. So he's not gonna have any off hands. He's not gonna ever have an off ace x. So no ace queen there. I just don't see a hand that has sense to shove. I mean, jacks has sense to shove, like jacks. You're free. You probably feel you're ahead, and you don't want to give any free cards. But the problem is that I expect that he would, in a squeeze in this situation, when it's the pot is squeezed, that he would 4-bet that. We saw that he 4-bet pocket tens. So I feel pretty strange, and I just don't know. I really don't know what. And for sure, he's never doing it with like a lower pair with the club, because this guy can easily have 10. Insane spot. I really don't know. I mean, I just have to admit, I don't know. I just don't know. We also have the new table, so we're gonna leave the zone. Um, and it's also good table. No good reg, all weak regs at the table. So we're gonna add it as soon as we play the free hands. We're gonna call because we have a big blind, pretty big whale, and on the small blind, the guy is squeezing decent amount, but still we're gonna call because of the big blind. The flop is fold. Really interesting spot, guys. The question is, would he play a flush like that? That's the main question. Would he play it flush like that immediately just jam? This guy likes to check raise. Top pair. Queen jack on the queen 5-5. King jack on the king XX. Let's see how he played the turn. Check raise flop and bet. 40%. So what he did with the top pair on the turn? He checked. He checked. He bet small with the king jack. Ace king is calling. Oh, we lost here. Hmm. His orbit turn range is really bluff heavy. We check behind the flop, raising the turn. Has a lot of sense. Checking behind here is the way to go. Okay. And we have the new table ready. A6 call. Call of the river. Pocket fives. I'm gonna fold to his donking flop range. Pretty passive from now what he had. He had the nuts when he donked. Hmm. I'm gonna float against him with this hand, and I'm gonna raise. think raising the turn, we're gonna still have some 9x that we call the flop. And when he used the smaller size, usually they are size related to strength of their hands. And yeah, it's always nice to have some like this type of floats and bluffs against this type of players. 12.5 on table number 3. I didn't play with this guy a lot. I think he only plays Zoom. It's like first time I see him in the regular tables, and he only play one table. Okay, betting 1/3 the flop with ace king. It's really possible that this guy doesn't have deuces in the range by the opening and folding to 3-bet sizes, 3-bet frequencies. So it's also really. We're gonna go half turn and big size on table number 2 with our pocket queens. And we jam the river. Table number 2. Okay, we use the correct size. Let's go with the check. Check call. He likes to use the orbit size with a lot of bluffs. We're gonna jam against him. He's also not getting the good price with the combo draws. Just think if you have like a hand like a 9-10 of hearts and you get jammed here, and probably you're gonna be when you orbit and you get jammed, you're gonna probably be against, if you're against a draw, which is unlikely, you're gonna be against a better draw. And suddenly we need to get back to the zoom. We have the short table that I don't usually like, but all the guys are with the full stack. King 9 we're gonna fold, 7-9 we're gonna fold, 3-8 we're gonna be folding, King 6 we can play against the small blind only. 4-5 King 6 against 2x I'm gonna call. Add myself on the wait list on other tables, so that's at least good. King 7 we're gonna be opening, 3-9 we're gonna fold, and pocket fours we are three betting some small portion of the time. Guys, like, look at his heads up stats, it's insanely tight. So this guy doesn't play heads up for sure. playing 61-43 is really tight and wrong. So I don't think he play heads up. He checked behind on the 6-7 queen. The question is, do we want to turn our hand into bluff there, or just check call it on turn? He has like ace high, pocket deuces, okay. Usually like low pairs, like pocket deuces streets wants to be betting that board. But he doesn't play heads up, so we're gonna fold 6-8. Fold to 3 with 79%. We are jamming ace king. Pocket nines. We run really good today, I must be honest. Really good. Maybe actually with a good run we can get to the 10 BB and live in a big fashion to iPoker, because I think that like 10 BBs are really good. I'm gonna go actually with the block turn bet river based on his checking range. We're gonna have here queen 8, jack, king jack, jack 9, queen 9, all of these hands. So we're gonna bet. I'm gonna check raise here with my pocket sevens. 1-4 there. 4-8 we're gonna open. And we're gonna go bigger size here. Ace king opening 3-7. Pocket sevens. We're still. I mean, let's see his calling range generally. Does he float a lot? He does a lot of trash. I'm gonna go half pot. I think value bet, clear value bet against this player. A lot of floats in his range. I'm gonna go 1/3 here with the queen, king queen, on a queen jack jack, and we're gonna call there. And we're gonna go 9. He's really passive. King 7 off. Queen jack 8 9 10. I'm gonna immediately go with overbet against him. And dynamics now that we have, and this is the short table that I hate with I really hate when the player with 10 BBs can get in. Gross. We're gonna leave this table and we have actually a table with the 3 good racks. We're gonna enjoy that one. Queen 9, we're gonna check. We are calling. I don't like this size. If he bets the river, we are not good for sure. We are not good there. When he bets here, he's not betting ace here ever. Just gonna be folding to this guy, and we're gonna go 10, table number 4, and fold there. And we have a new table. 3 good racks. Not good, but winning. 3 winning racks. King 7, we folded. This guy is super weird player. Let's see how he played this King 8. Open 3.5. This guy cold 3, but what is going on? Okay, let's see. He immediately donks the flop. Bet the turn. And then checks the river. We're gonna call again because we have on the big blind. This guy, usually I prefer 3-betting with a King 10. This guy would probably bet all the backdoor flushes on the flop. I'm gonna call against him. Because also on the flop like King X, King Jack is betting, King 9, King X is betting, King 10 I also thought he would bet. He's also full of like like bluffs in delay region. He had pocket queens there. Jack K didn't bet the flop with ace high betting big size also in delay line. Okay. The problem is his river is 36 aggression after betting turn. I want to see. Okay, he has bluffs. Let's see what he did bluff the river with mistrash. You see, he delayed with the Jack 7 and used a smaller size still on the river. He bet big here. And with the straights, he shouldn't be betting that big. Table number 2. Against him, I'm actually gonna go with the bigger size immediately on the flop. And small size here. On the ace is king. When somebody opened 2x, I basically don't fold. table number 3. If we have a king x here, I think checking the turn has a lot of sense. This guy also puts a lot of value in the block. I think he bets king with the block on the river. His step on the river is on the lower side, against us is even lower. He put the trips in the 1/4 size. And it has a lot of sense for him to go like a block on the river. When we check behind the turn, I think block is like the size you want to be using. So he played it good. Table number 4, this guy shoves. It's always nice. We're gonna go through the hand to see what happened. We're gonna go through the hand in there just to see how this guy plays 7/8. Called a step big on the and give up the river. And there we're just gonna go with the bigger size against him. And let's see the hand. I want to see the hand. So 7x open, min 3 bet, bet the flop big, check call the turn. And he jammed the river. So he turned the hand into bluff, which is good. He played it, I mean, aside of the pre-flop, he played the hand good. This guy looks actually, he actually looks like he has this hand, nines, tens, basically queens. He's never played like this. Kings also, aces. They don't play. They don't trap. So he looks like pocket tens, basically nines. And this guy did put him in a tougher spot. He also doesn't block diamonds. He used a nice size on the turn, I have to say. So he has like more fold equity on the river, but the guy did call him. But this guy is like 64-38. He's probably not gonna get the credit. Even this guy did tanked, so this guy is also. And on the river, we're gonna have here Queen Jack. We're gonna have King Jack. So definitely, I would put this hand also. Pocket tens. We can also overbet the river with 1.5. I think it's also okay. I think the for high, I don't think it can go worse than it just can't go worse than for high. We just can't have any worse hand than we actually have. Usually out of position when you go with the bets, out of position generally, out of position you're more looking up to the blockers effect and unblocker effect, but when you're actually in position, then that changes in position actually. When you're in position, then it's little more like a linear betting. So that bottom range of yours is gonna be more frequently in the bluffing region. And just jam river here. We're gonna have Jack 10. He's never gonna have Jack 10. We have Jack 10 off. He's not gonna have any combination of Jack 10. Play like this, and yeah, we're gonna turn here into bluff hands. I'll turn here threes, fives into bluff, and we're gonna jam with ace king. He looks to me like ace 10, ace jack most of the time, and that hand's gonna be willing to hero, and he actually has that hand. And we are mixing a 4-bet and a call. I'm gonna go with a call this time. And table number 4. Tributing king 7 off, ace 3 off, a lot of, and we're gonna go small. We're gonna go small. Let's see, he's checking behind flop range. Low pair, top pair. I'm gonna go with an orbit. He's gonna more frequently have an ace x than a 10x. So because this guy has really high c-bet frequency, so he's checking behind range, gonna include more top pairs, and he would like bet like middle pairs. Usually that's what I see they're doing. We're gonna donk the turn here, and we're gonna go 12.4, table number 2. So include with the overbet with the hand that probably shouldn't be overbetting, but based on how they play, I think it's basically okay. This will be a little dicey what we want to do. Yeah, I want to go with 4 points. I want to go block against this guy. Definitely block against him. We missed a value there. Uh, he called with a king 8, which I'm gonna make tight fold there with the ace queen against this guy. And here we missed a value. On the river we want to be bet b20. b20 we want to go. So he bet the flop small. We don't the turn he called, which his hand is a fold, and on the river b20 is the way we want to go. And we lost the value there. And let's see what happened with pocket 7. It's also interesting hand. Let's see. 3-bet call, check check flop, bet turn small, or bet the river. The guy called with the 6s. And we're gonna go 12.5. Board where we're gonna have check range played like this. The guy just leads, like he is leading all the top pairs and stuff. Let's see his donking range. He donked the ace high in the 3-bet flop. He donked the ace 8 on the 9-7-3, then bet the turn. But generally his donk flop was in the single raise pot 2 times, was 2 pairs, and 1 time in squeeze pot he had a king 8, if you remember. It was a squeeze pot. The guy had queens. This guy had queens. He had king 8 suited, king 8 of hearts, and he donked the flop and bet the turn. The river was ace, and he checked behind. The guy had queens. This guy had a king 8 suited. Queen 8, ace king. His 3-bet range is 8% against 8% on 1.2k hands. We don't need to defend. Again, interesting hand on table number 4 is going on. The guy Orbit James, he actually had a hand now, but he overplayed the hand by far. Again, let's call to put the Antoine in with us. I'm gonna check behind with the King Queen. Let's raise a really low c-bet frequency. I'm gonna fold this queen there. Gonna call it with the club. He reps a queen jack now. He reps a queen jack on the turn. I mean, a raise is fine. Um, we're gonna have here pocket sevens. We're gonna have hand like a 6 7 7 9, a 10 7 sometimes. So we're gonna have 7x. When he bets small, we can just raise 7x. We are of course never folding 7 even here when he goes with the 3 bet on the flop. We are still not folding 7x, but our hand, even we block queen jack. That's why it's important to have all type of hands in all type of lines. For example, here, if you always see bet queen jack, when the hand goes like this, you will never have a queen jack in your checking behind range, and players can take the advantage of the view in this situation. But if you're having a frequency of checking behind with the queen jack, here you will actually have a queen jack, and when he raises, you're gonna actually have the nuts when you raise the turn there. So it's quite important to have it across all the lines. You want to have all the hands, and yeah, that's really really important. On the river, we can go delay. We will go with the block with the queen x, with the king. We also want to do a lot of blocking, and we want to do with the, or we want to also have some more bet range. Also with the 6 7, basically I think it fits mostly in the block river bluffing range. We're gonna just bet small there. Jack 8 9. We want to go delay small. And our good 9x hands with the spade want to bet. Also without the spade hand like a king 9 want to bet ace 9. What we want to do now? Let's see after calling the turn how he defends the river. He actually, let's see, after calling turn in position to an orbit, he knows to call it with like a middle pair, and when he check behind, he's gonna be capped. So we're gonna try to attack. We should be attacking his range. Let's go with an orbit on the river. He had 8-10 with the 10 of spades, which is okay. We're gonna go with an orbit on the river. He actually defends the triple check a lot more than normal players, and he likes to call the normal size with really Real bad hands. So I like my overbet here. 7-10 is a fold. Queen 4, we can check. Fold. Queen 8. We gonna be opening. We're gonna call the 3 bet. Let's see his range. Around 14%. It's gonna be 8 plus. Ace plus, ace jack off, king queen off. I'm gonna hit this board. He's gonna hit this board good. Gonna call the. I'm gonna check behind jack 9. And I'm gonna fold the turn with queen 8. Um, we're gonna call here. We're gonna go with the big raise. We didn't need the flush probably. I think we would get more value if the flush actually didn't hit. Table number 3, we're gonna go small. King 7. This guy doesn't fold a lot to 1/3. We're gonna bet the turn. I think we want to bet like half. We're gonna bet here a lot of ace X, ace 10, ace 5, ace jack. Gonna go with like this, half pot and river. And he has actually ace queen, which he didn't 3-bet, which is insane again. We're basically trying to fold out hand like pocket sixes that he's gonna call against us. Pocket 5, 7, 8, 6, 7, even 7, 8. Pretty much it's gonna be hard to be folding him off. 7x of diamond. Um, we want to basically bluff hand like a 9-10 without equity. 9-10 is far better than queen 9 because he shouldn't be having ace queen ever, so having a queen is actually then bad. You want to block his most likely calls in the three barrel, so his most likely floats on the flop will be ace 10 and ace 9. You want to block those. That's gonna always call the flop, and with the queen 9, yeah, jack 9, 9-10 is far better than queen 9. We're gonna fold for 5. Let's see on table number 2. So ace deuce 4 is the flop. The guy probably bets a range there, and he now double barrels. He actually needs to be checking a lot on turn after 1/3 c bet because he's gonna bet the range. He's gonna have a lot of hands like tens, jacks, queens, kings, on the turn that he needs to protect. So his continuing frequency will be on the lower side. His bluffs should be hands like a 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack. The bluffs without equity, king queen shouldn't be in the double barrel range. It is. Okay, he didn't follow through. Um, from my pool analysis, one big takeaway, guys, and that can be for sure well uh, translated to your pools. Uh, Generally, my pool is having bluffs on the turn like a two barrel in three bet pots, but in a three barrel in a three bet pots it's really heavy, and they just gave up with all like these bluffs that are double barreling. You see, he had a king queen. He doesn't have any showdown value. He can fold out hands like threes, like fives, like um, maybe weaker ace-x hands. We don't know that, but he just gave up. So he just bet the turn and give up the river, and that's what most tracks are doing, and that's exactly what you don't want to be doing. Against him, we're not gonna be betting. And he actually also lost the pot, it seems. Let's see what was the hand. 10 jack. Let's see how he played it. He called a 4 bet with the jack 10, and he didn't jam here or raised or nothing. Let me see what happened on the river. The guy didn't really bet the ace king, it seems. Hmm. Insane that he didn't really bet there against really guy that doesn't fold anything to 3 bets, in that he also 3 bets a bunch, and he probably calls 4 bet with everything that he 3 bets. He's gonna have a lot of off ace-x hand, and he would like jam to pair on the turn for sure. Queen 7 we're folding. So I wanted to conclude, like most of the pools play like that. So whenever you know that in some spot, and if you go through like pool analysis, you're gonna find this a lot of this type of the spots where people double barrel frequently, but legs bluff on the river. Your strategy be to call like every bluff catcher on the turn and fold every bluff catcher on the river. And that's like a really big exploit, but if the pool is like that, it's just super good exploit, and against many players you want to do like this, especially players like 24-20 with aggression of 35, 34, 33, 32 that are bunch of weak regs like that. Against them, especially guys like 23-19, aggression 33. So his river will be like, his river is 30, 32. So he's gonna like bluffs in the river lines. Uh, he's gonna like bluffs across all of these lines. It's gonna be very heavy in position. Basically, it's all nuts. He doesn't have bluffs. And against this type of players, let's see his double barrels, for example. So it's on the higher side, but this guy has even. Let's see. You see, he had pocket trees, double barreling, checking the river. Let's see more hands. Just play this. So all of these guys will, they will bluff turns with like low pairs, like middle pairs. So this is for value. Uh, Pocket tens are middle pair to a king, so it's for value. But generally the idea is that they will play like this. Like all of these type players, like 23, 22, 24, 20, 18, 19 type of guys with aggression around 32 to 34. In common of all of them is they're gonna have some bluffs on the turn, but they will generally underbluff the river heavily. They will just give up in all of these situations. And against them, I think against him, bet check bet, we are gonna call King X. His bet check bet is insanely 86%. So all of the hands that he didn't want to double barrel, and he should be frequently double barreling. So all of the hands like on this board with that he gave up on the turn, he would just bluff on the river. For example, 6-7 of spade, he just check on the turn, he would just bluff on the river. Queen 10, we're gonna go with the check. Hmm. We are blocking tens, so jacks. Let's see here if he will gonna block the river. Generally, I want to see his blocking range. Against him, I'm gonna go with the raise. This guy will just not. When I see that he doesn't have a big blocking range, he's not gonna have many queen X in the block. Because the guys that usually block a lot, they will have a lot of queen X in the blocking range at all. But to protect his like weaker hands, but this guy rarely blocks, and that's the reason why I raised the river. And or bet on the river here. And the guy check behind the flush. Only calls the river with an orbit. Yeah, but it has sense. Jack 10 should be betting, but it has sense to check behind this board. I didn't actually think that the guy that has c-bet of 65 is going to do that of frequently, but he played the hand good. I'm going to call there and call with king queen. I'm raising the flop here. We're gonna go half. And jam river. And we're gonna go big orbit on the river here. He's gonna mostly have a ace here. Also, this type of regs, uh, against them, you want to bluff in under bluffed lines. They will be blow like folding the river a bunch. Let's see, he's into the versus river bet pop up. You see, like his fold versus river against the block, he folds 75. Uh, just let me see. I think I misread the hand, misread the stat. Let me see. Okay, this is fold. He actually doesn't fold. Actually, he doesn't fold that much. So I apologize. I misread it. I thought this is the fold. But generally, this guy actually defends. Okay. Let me just see. Just let me see which what. Actually, this guy bluff catch also a lot. So, not. I wasn't correct. pretty weird line. A lot of 6x should be also betting. I'm gonna actually call here. A lot of 6x should be betting the flop. As a bluff, you have the range, like enormous range advantage. All of the like, I mean 6-9, like Jack 6, King 6. But for example, in this situation, by the table, by the dynamics of the play, I shouldn't be bluff catching on the river him, and even maybe fold on the turn. Um, I'm gonna go big raise here. So definitely I made mistake there. Just based on dynamics, we raised the guy there on the flop and bet the turn, and in this situation he's not gonna be basically bluffing very often from my experience. So I also misread him. I mean, I marked him as a winning reg, and he's actually defending river good. Uh, so yep, that type of player generally fits into the description that I talked about, but this player is better. Okay, and let's see here. Check, 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 check. Bet line. No, we bet the small. We bet the flop small. So I apologize. We need to see a stab the river against him. I'm gonna fold. We're gonna call, and we're gonna bet the river here. Let's see what the guy had actually that hand. He had the Jack deuce off. And he called here with the Jack deuce. Okay. Generally, what I was trying to say, this type of players, but this guy is better, but generally like pool, like this player or him, it's gonna be all the pools will be full with weak regs, and generally they will be um, they're gonna just fit in description what I was talking about. And this guy is actually not there. I just misread his fold versus river is actually uh, way better than he's defending way better river, across all the lines, across all the sizes. Actually, even after checking turn out the position, he's defending it really nice, and we assume he's gonna do a lot of bluff catching. So yeah, we're gonna go with 3-bet here. Let's see here. He's losing on my sample, but I marked him as a winning reg, probably based on the team stat name or hand smart. Let's see, he's double barreling. And we have a good bluff catcher here. And we are good here, I think. He didn't bluff with the queen queen. We had a really nice bluff catcher also. But you see how he did give up. Let's bet small. He did check raise without anything. He also donks when he has hands, so that's telling us its indication. I'm just gonna go for all of it. I don't think he's in the fold mood, basically, so we're just gonna jam. I just felt he's not gonna fold based on what was happening at the table. He had 36 360 blinds, and then he fell off. And yeah, the hand just starting where he lose, and there's no way he's not gonna fold like any pair in this line. That's why I just shoved the river. We're gonna still bet big here. His fold to see bet is 30. Let's see here. Against him, I'm gonna go with the pot river. This is the hand we want. We don't want to bluff. We want to bluff like better, like queen ten of diamonds. But I decided against him. He's just falling the river against a big size. There's like a decent chance he's gonna actually fold, even like weak king. He's folding. This is his fold to river, like 78, 69. His like calling range will be like probably top of the range. He had here like two times one straight. Here now he had a top, basically his top trips, and he also did think about it. And we're gonna go one zoom, and we're gonna put the zoom up, and we're gonna go one. The question is, do I want to basically overbet the river there? It's an interesting question. If we are wrapping that polar, I think now when I think of maybe the overbet the river is nice. When I think about it, let's see how he defends the overbets. He called two times with the top trips and with the straight. He would probably still call king queen, but I think I would like be better just. I would feel better with my hand if I overbet actually, because we are polar. We are saying we have like a basically king queen plus. He's actually splitting with our value range, so yeah, there's no way he can fold that king queen, but I don't think there's a way he can fold it, but still. I'm gonna turn my hand into bluff there. In this line, we're never gonna be good. So I just like to turn it into bluff, like my lowest pairs or hands like a pocket trees with a spade. And king three. I'm gonna go with an overbet again. Block river has sense and overbet. Nobody's buying our story, and it seems. Okay, we're gonna try to find a new table. Nobody is buying our story that we are trying to tell. Nobody is buying it basically, so they call everything. And we're gonna go with the Norbert again. At least a guy that gives us respect. I did misplayed a few hands. I must be honest, but it has to do that I had a longer period where I didn't play actively. So for me, a longer period because uh, basically when I don't play one day, uh, I'm not even when I just one day I don't play and it's not good. So whenever it's longer period, it's definitely I'm definitely not in my A game, but I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to get into back into it. I was in really good form before I left. Really good form. I played best poker of my life basically before I went away, and I had like that month where I played scoop and cash, and I played like 14 hours a day, and I worked in PO so and I felt so good, and yeah, now you need to get that momentum back. Actually, today we ran really good, and I didn't play that good. Basically, it was all about the run. We just get real good hands, and they will call us. But generally, I'm not happy the way I played. We're gonna go one zoom more. I'm not happy the way I played. I think I need to play a lot better than I did. Um, I also misplayed some hand, missaw on the HUD some stats, so that's telling me I'm not at my A game for sure. And yeah, that's gonna change. I'm gonna get back into it. Um, Tomorrow I'm gonna stream, so this this is the way to say come with me and join me while I stream tomorrow on Twitch. Um, Probably around 9, maybe 9:30, and let's have a good session together. And yeah, I hope to see a lot of you guys. And I'm gonna give my best to explain you uh, like every hand I play, my thought process, everything, and I hope we have a good session. I hope I'm gonna play better than I did today. Table number 2, we have a. This guy also opens a lot and doesn't fall to trivia that much. Um, I'm gonna go with the check. Call Jack 10, which is completely standard. He called pocket queens. He called ace queen off. We're gonna go with the double check. We're gonna go with the B10 2.4. A lot of queen X's stabbing the flop, hands like a ace queen, queen jack. So B10 is okay. I'm gonna be calling there, playing some multi-way with the 6-7. We are mixing true betting and calling with the 6-7. Let's see how the guy plays multi-way. I'm gonna go with the small bet. C-betting 25% of the position, flop C-bet fold versus raise low, flop check fold really, and we're just gonna be calling there. When he uses this size, I don't think he's gonna be strong. It looks like to me that he's really range. Now when he bets again at turn, I think he's more polarized. And we have a clear call on turn. And if he checks, we're gonna be betting the river. We're just gonna show him the hand that we have. Why can't show the hand? If he checked, we're gonna bluff always with this hand. It seems like you can't do this to zoom game. If he checked, we are bluffing. We we're blocking the hearts, he's gonna do a lot of check raising with this like weird size on the flop with hearts. So calling a shove, and let's see there with delay when he's middle pair heavy. Okay, king jack call, and we actually have a new table, so we're gonna leave one zoom, and I'm gonna go with the check behind on the with the king of hearts. I'm still gonna call, and we're gonna leave this table. I mean, we're gonna bluff the river because he can easily bet hands like fours, fives, without problems. He can bet this hand, so we're just gonna be betting. He can bluff with pocket fours, pocket five, pocket sixes with the big size. And okay, he has ace queen. He has a call. I don't see. I just don't see like any reason why would you check behind with ace queen there. I don't see a reason why would you do it. Let's see his 4-bit range. It's early middle versus cutoff. So he 4-bets a lot actually. Pocket nines are calling. And we're gonna use bigger size on the flop. And big size here. Actually, nines are far better than jacks and queens even because he should be bluffing with the ace queen and with a hand like a jack x, like a ace jack suited that he's gonna have. So nines are actually not that bad. He's gonna also have hand like ace ten off. Um, Against him, I'm actually calling pocket nines here. He had pocket queens, which I think it's okay, but basically we you don't want to have queen there, you don't want to have jack there, you don't want to have an 10 there. So I'm not gonna bluff catch with queens. I'm not gonna bluff catch with jacks, with tens. I need to call something. I think nines are okay actually. I think nines are okay. I mean, we have to call something which is not a king. We're gonna have some aces. Um, and when I think like we don't have 8x in this situation, we have pocket eights. So if I'm calling pocket eights and king x, it's not gonna be enough. His bluff should be ace queen, and he's gonna have ace queen off in the range. So I don't want to have queens. I don't want to have jacks. Basically. So I feel like pocket nines are not interfering with his possible bluffing range. It's gonna be like queen jack suited, ace 10 suited, ace jack suited. So nines are not connected with that. So I made a call, and ace 7 is calling there. And we're gonna go small and fold to pot there. And 1/3 on turn. Still, I mean, We have king queen suited, we have king jack suited, king 10 suited. We have some ace king off, but still we just can't defend only. Except also this guy is actually aggressive and he's bluffing. I'm gonna bet 2/3 on the river here. So this guy would bluff there. His rear aggression is really really high, 46. And yeah, we're gonna go 13.5 now when we're a little deeper. I'm gonna go with the check on the flop. I'm gonna go with like 18. I think it's okay. So first is zoom table, and all the rest is all the rest is all the rest is normal tables. Almost 2 hours, guys. And tomorrow, if there's it's gonna be a lot of you guys, I'm gonna be making a definitely longer stream to get back into the game, to maybe have a few nice talks about hands, about strategy. It's always better when there is more heads in a game because more heads is smarter than one hand. You're gonna see something I missed. You're gonna tell me about it. We're gonna talk about it, and I'm gonna learn from it. So it's always good to hear other opinions. This guy is also a fish. We're gonna mark him. It's always good to see a lot of opinions. Um, we are calling the river. This size doesn't have any sense. If he's having an ace, he should be betting bigger, and they bet bigger with the ace. So this guy seems tricky and goes with a really small and river, like 1/3. I'm not sure why. You see 1/3 step, and he then goes okay around 40%. 1/3 and a king 8/5. Jack 8, we're folding. 10/5, we're gonna just check. I just think I'm gonna play better tomorrow. Also, I always play better on streams because I get more focused about everything, and also I get a lot of good input where you can tell me something that I maybe didn't notice. It's always fun, and yeah, I hope a lot of you guys will be there. And we're gonna also I'm gonna make a new video about the pool that I told you about. So it's gonna be a content in future, more of it, and I hope you're gonna like it. We true bet there. Guy seems also tight, folding a lot. Uh, the small bet, small slab on the turn. He's betting 70%, check folding 50. Opening his queen, folding this. Do 7, jack. He doesn't have a 2 pair, which is nice. He doesn't call jack 7 off, jack deuce off, so he only has suited versions of the of the 2 pair combinations. gonna actually go with the check raise against him. Doesn't hit his two pair, and he's like basically wrapping the narrow jack, like a jack 10, jack 9, and this guy is not gonna bet. He's bet folding a bunch, so we also block ace 4, which is important, and he's having here jack 10. We block queen jack also. He's betting jack 10 here, and I'm sure he's not gonna call with that hand. We also block queen jack, but he did call. Everybody calls us today, but I like the play still. We put him on correct range of hands that he's gonna bet like this. And he did tanked all the way. His also hand is not that greatest. It's actually better to have jack 10 than queen jack. But okay, his bet fold is crazy high, and he would. I think he will only call against me, basically. And that one, I think we want to go bigger on the river also. And our way to range, I mean, I can play like this, basically king jack plus for value. And if I feel that he's gonna have a lot of jack X in the checking behind range on the turn, I can just play it like this. I'm gonna fold here. Which hands also have sense? Ace 4 has sense um, that I didn't bet. The turn with hand like pocket jacks has sense. Pocket sevens that we bet the flop and we want to check raise the turn, and on the river we want to go now to the bigger value. So our value ranges can be wide. I mean, it can be like king jack that we decide to check on the turn and decide to go with the check raise based on I exactly knew what he has because this 5 doesn't change. He doesn't have 5-7 off. In the range, he doesn't have jack 5. Um, so, yeah, I mean, his most likely hands will be a hand like a jack 10, jack 9, queen jack, that we also block queen jack. And we can go pretty wide for value. And we still have really nutty hands in the range that we have. So we're gonna four bet ace 10 and we're gonna fold there. We get raised here immediately and we're gonna call. Um, I'm gonna go with the block river. Let me see, block or check what we want to do. I think block. He's not checking behind the king X on the turn. And he's gonna have some weird 9x that hit it or ace 4. He had pocket sixes. Okay, against that range, it's perfectly good to block. Uh, Hand like a queen 9 with the queen of diamonds, maybe, or like weirdly like weird hand like a 9x that decided like ace 9 with ace of diamond. I don't know, something like that. Ace 4 has sense. And a lot of flushes he's gonna bet on the turn, so we're not. I think block on the river has a lot of sense. We can just really bet like tens. Uh, Even like I mean, pocket eights can go with this small block and lose less from like weird 9x that he he may have or not. We're gonna fold without spade. Let me see. I like the size. I think a little bigger, but it's okay. B20 is okay. Yeah. We're gonna go with the check raise here. We're gonna go over bet here. Interesting river because our bluffs are gonna be a lot of like 8-9 without equity, and he looks like an ace high. I'm gonna go with 2/3 actually here. I think we like 8x can just comfortably bet pocket fives, pocket sixes just can bet this size. When he checks, he will not gonna have a lot of overpairs. So pocket jacks, we're gonna check call. Jacks are still call on the turn, and this is the type of the guy that I was talking about. So on the turn he's gonna have bluffs, but on the river he's gonna give up a lot of them. And against him, the strategy I will use here will be call and fold. Usually the pocket jacks are even fold because it's blocking his bluffing range. It's still call on the turn, but against him it's fold. And here we face delay. We're gonna go with the check raise. Big check raise. I'm gonna go. Folding deuces. We're gonna go B10. So pocket jacks can also be start folding on the turn. But against this type of guys, I based on my experience and from what I saw against them, and also like from the exploit point, I think it's really good just to be. It's really good just to be uh, just calling, be sticky on the turn, and because he has real regression for like 29, he's not going to be bluffing rivers very often. And yeah, I think it's really good just to sticky on the turn and just to give up on the rivers. Um, Table number one, I'm gonna go with bet small, and we're gonna bet small here on table number two. Ace five is a call. I'm gonna dunk the flop. Let's go small on the turn. We're gonna go 1.4. The guy didn't really bet ace 9. Table number 2, we called with the jack 10. I'm gonna go. Oh, I'm gonna go small. And I think I'm gonna go now 51. I know we blocked the board and we blocked the board and it was middle position was early. If he's gonna now also raise some like hands like I'm gonna fold there. Um, it looks like to me like I mean he should be betting range on the jack 10 for what is he checking behind? He's not checking behind ace king or king queen or ace queen probably so. I mean he looks like I mean he can maybe play like pocket nines but also pocket nine wants to bet and he called now and he doesn't want to bluff catch there with it. He pretty much he pretty quickly folded. Pretty not sure. I'm not sure in this spot. Um, the problem is when they have to bet range and they check, it's pretty weird. Usually on this board he's gonna bluff the bluff, so he's gonna have slow play or he's gonna have a slow play or he's gonna have like a medium strength hand, like a maybe pocket pair or like a queen, weak queen. Strange, pretty strange. I'm gonna turn pair our pocket sixes into bluff. Table number 1, we're gonna ISO pocket fours. Checking on table number 3. Table number 1, we're gonna go bet small on the flop. Let's see, he's went to short and just generally to have an idea what is he doing. Check call with we're gonna bet check bluff here with our pocket fours. A lot of ace x hands we're just gonna bet on the flop. And we're gonna go with an overbet on the river in this line when he check behind. He's gonna cap himself, so we are still uncapped because we're gonna check call some strong hands that we're gonna have, and when he check behind, he's pretty much to one pair and one probably weak pair in this situation. So I'll go. Let's go delay. King 3. We are folding turn. And this guy looks like he had. This guy is not bluffing ever. Ever, ever. And what is this guy rapping that he has? He has a flush. Weaker players know to check behind strong. The guy had a set. He rivered the straight. This guy will never bluff ever in this line, in a three-way ever. So he has value. Uh, Weaker players know to check behind in position really strong because they are afraid to lose a customer. They don't think about the ranges, just think, okay, they checked, we want to just trap them. But he just rivered the straight and go for thin value, which is really optimistic because like this guy is gonna have really a lot of flushes in this line also. So he was actually really fortunate in this situation because set is bottom of his range when he raises like this. Sevens are mixing three bet and call. Clear check behind, clear call with 4-5. Big blind versus this is his first three bet. We're gonna bet small. We are calling with 4-5. And we're gonna go 3x. We can check behind 10x. We can also uh, have a 9 that we bet for value on the turn. And we are snapped by the king queen. I'm gonna check 7x here. I mean, I'm gonna check 10x on the flop, like low 10x hands. And my value range is gonna be 9 and 10, and we have a bunch of them. But we are just snapped today. That's why when I have a hand, I just go big, really big. And when I bluff, I also go big. There's no other way. I still feel like I just can't check behind like pocket sevens. And I'm stabbing the worst pairs on the flop also a lot. Pocket sevens are nice as a check back. And I would stab like a low pairs, like a deuces, threes, fours. So I don't have those much in the check behind range. Then like sevens are near bottom of my range when I think about that. Then just the other time we're gonna go like 5x. There's no other way. We're just gonna go. The pot is 7. We're gonna go like 50, and that's like the one. I mean, and we have like our value range is 9, 10. We're against the capped range, or even let's just go all in. If they want to call ace high, king high, just go all in, and that's it. When I just think about it. Jack deuce. Jack deuce. We're gonna be folding to tight, tight, big player. These guys are unknown to me. 28, 18, so probably a fish. Ace 10, opening 6 7 fold. I think also probably a weaker play, but not sure. And betting big on the 6 8 10. We're gonna go pot. And we just have to be checking behind without the spade. Jack 10 we're calling. 8 8 8. And we face a check. Let's go 5x. I'm gonna check against him. We're gonna go block river. And we're gonna go like this. It looks like he hit it 10x. We will see if he had low ace. Okay. So he bet pot with the ace and then check behind the turn. Let's go with the 3-bet. The fish from the Zoom is different than fish from the regular tables, that's for sure. Really different. And they are more passive, generally more tighter, uh, playing narrower ranges than the fish from the regular tables. They fold more. Queen 8 we're gonna open if we have a chance. So this is like a nice, before our stream, nice introduction into our stream tomorrow. I think it will be better tomorrow, for sure. Against him we'll just go with the 3-bet. He folds 64 out of position. This guy calls 3-bet, which he do with 3-4 suited, Queen Jack suited, so his range can be basically anything that looks nice. I have a read about him, let's see. Okay. I'm gonna check the river here, I'm not gonna go with a block. And we're gonna call. This is based on the pool. It is. I'm gonna go 2x and gonna check behind there, and I'm just gonna jam the river here. And based on my pool analysis, this is never a bluff, but we're gonna call, and he bluffs. We have so many bluffs here that jamming is the right play. They rarely bluff in position with the small sizes, and he actually used nice size. I mean, we are never folding ace. But it's nice to see that this guy actually bluffed with this low river. Let's see in the riverbed pop-up what he's actually doing. After check turn in position, so this is actually his first bluff. Okay, he had out of position one, and he did have a few of them. So I should have definitely checked the riverbed pop-up. Because if I checked it, then we would be having easy call. But I mean, it was easy like this. But so this guy is actually bluffing. But in position, this was his first bluff with the small size. And also out of position, he didn't bluff with the small size. He bluffed with the bigger sizes. But he did have a lot of bluff when the turn was check. So he probably attacks this checking range more than the normal player. uh, just because he thinks he's gonna be against weak range and he's gonna get bunch of faults, which is probably true. Truth, people defend when they check someone somewhere in the hand and flop on the turn, they overfold the river significantly. So I also do a lot of bluffing when somewhere the hand has been checked. I also use the overbets in this situation quite often because I want to maximally utilize the fold equity and 2/3 on the 694. Generally, when you have players 67-42, I'm just gonna act like it's big blind, button versus big blind, and we're still betting the turn with our hand for value. We have also flush draw and the river. We're just gonna be checking. Okay, and ace queen. I'm gonna call king jack check on table number 2. Table number 3. We're gonna check call. Having the ace of spade is bad in this situation because we will without the ace of spade it's clear call because we are beating the nut flush draw. But played like this, um, I think it's just the fold on the turn, unfortunately. We want to have queen of spade, not the ace of spade. We're gonna bet 1/3 and fold there. 12.5. I'm gonna get bigger. I'm gonna go bigger size with the ace king. Pretty nice bet is ace king blocking ace king blocking ace jack and the king jack, which is his strongest jack x hands. I'm gonna bet the turn half. Checking the river. This guy doesn't fold the triple barrel ever. I'm gonna go check here, fold there, and check here. We bet big on the flop. That's the problem. I think like we're only beating queen 10 here. That's like four combos. Let's see his call turn range. I'm gonna fold ace king. I think it's not enough. I don't think he calls king queen on the turn. That's the problem. From what I see, that he's calling range on the turn. I mean, ace king is also nice, nice gem on the river. Yep. And we're just beating only queen 10. And he only has queen 10 suited. So on like four combos that he's gonna bluff. And his probably shove range will be like ace jack. I think he's gonna shove king jack. He can, but if we're having a decent uh, checking range there, so what would look like our checking range on the river? What I would be checking as a double barrel. So um, we have to check some king x, some jack x hands. So king jack. I think he can just basically shove king jack actually. King jack, shove on the like check on the river for us. Um, when we check, we look like a give up. So basically, like king jack is the only hand I have that has sense to be betting big on the flop and on the turn. Okay, it has sense some like weaker jack x like a jack 10 or queen. Basically, jack 10 like a jack 10, queen jack, king jack, something like that. So uh, like most like a jack 10 or queen jack because now we feel like we just can get value on the river and we just put it to protect our checking range, I think. So king jack is for sure shoving. I'm not sure if he is doing it, but so if his real range is like king jack plus queen 10 is not enough for us to bluff catch. He would have to have like a king queen also there with off combinations that call the flop and call the turn still. I'm not sure that this guy has it. And unfortunately we got freezed. And okay, now it's good. Now it's good. Yep. I need to write this hand. I need to see. We had ace king, AK. Flop was jack 9 3 3-bet pot. So I would like to check it in the PIA because I feel like on the river actually. Hmm, I feel like we're gonna overfold when we check. Okay, I'm gonna have these Jack X hands. This low Jack X hands, his sense. Like King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10. King Jack can still shove, but like a Queen Jack and Jack 10 mostly now when I think about it. We're gonna actually see what Pierre is doing. I'm really curious because I don't know this spot. It's just my intuition saying that when I bet this Jack X hand on the flop, like weaker Jack X hand on the flop when I bet them, and double barrel, because on this like break I'm gonna double barrel out of King Queen Queen 10, so I have to also continue with my Jack X hands, and on the river I just can't get away with the Jack 10 Queen Jack. I can put it in check range, and against him we are not good, so with I'm gonna go with the pot. Yep, really interesting spot. After we end the video, we can go into peer to see it. Yep, and then conclude video like that because it's really interesting. Do I want to bluff the river with the ace king, which I feel is okay bluff actually? Hmm. Do I bluff catch with the ace king? Has merits. We block ace king, we block ace jack and the king jack, so it has sense to bluff catch. Really, really weird. I think I was close to calling it in my head because I just felt I don't have enough check calls. It's always nice when spot like this arrives and you don't know, because now I know I'm gonna learn something new, and that's always good. I'm gonna learn something I didn't know before. I will know this spot because it's really interesting. Because when we check, we actually look like we're gonna fold. And Ace King is pretty now good bluff catcher if you think that's gonna mostly we're gonna mostly check fold. Checking behind. Let's get this one straight and check behind the river. We're getting ready from pocket tens. Checking behind. Should have bet the turn. I didn't. I got punished. And this is weird. He reps an ace that check behind the turn. Gonna mark him as a weaker player also. It's also good when you don't play good. When you don't play good, but You're gonna get there. Today I just feel I didn't play my best game. Yeah, it feels it's I always when I don't play the best game, I always don't feel good, but it is what it is. We're gonna try to fix tomorrow. We're gonna jam with our Jack 10. It gives us the odds to only call, but we're gonna have a lot of ace-x hands. It's gonna jam, having a combo draw. It's never a mistake to just put it in. He snaps us, which is fine. 665. Against this guy, I'm gonna fold with my hand. When he tribets Big Blind versus UTG. He rarely uses this line. Really rarely. Check, 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 bet. He value bet uh, low pair one time. That's the only showdown we have. It doesn't tell us much, but when it's on the lower side, let's see. He's also check, 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 check fold is really, really high. That's telling me he's not bluffing enough. This line, he's also check, 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 bet line is low. And when he folds much, he doesn't step much. That means he's just gonna just fold a lot of his bluffs, not bluffing them. King 9 is a fold. Early middle versus button around 5%. So this guy will probably call here like sixes plus. Sixes through queens, ace queen, suited broadways. And to this size he needs to call every pocket pair. A lot of suited connectors also he needs to call. A lot of suited aces. And I'm gonna go through it. The hand shouldn't be triveted. I didn't do it on time, but this guy also folds to trivet out of position really a lot. And in these positions, we're gonna actually get the respect when we trivet. Queen 4. I'm gonna call there with deuce 4 suited. Checking on the deuce 4 5. I'm gonna check my whole range on this board. Pocket nines. Just gonna be checking and folding to a stab, to a bigger size stab. King 5, we're gonna fold. Ace 10 off. We gonna call. We're gonna go small. Stab in turn. Block river. In this, usually we don't get respect. Now we don't even want to get respect. We want him to 4-bet. Board where we're gonna bet. Let's see, cutoff versus button. I'm gonna actually bet bigger size on this board. We're having some queen jack off and king queen off, and I think king queen off, queen jack prefer this bigger size on the flop, and putting kings there has a lot of sense. With kings, I'm just gonna jam. We just get incredibly lucky. He's check raising a lot. We see a lot of draws that he did check raise, 8-9, stuff like that. Um, we can call the turn also but with kings, I actually prefer calling with like queens because like his a lot of his bluffing range would be like queen jack, and he also needs to check raise 10x on the flop. Yeah, I think it's better to go with kings as a shove than with queens. And I think, let's see his 4-bet range from what I see. His 4-bet cutoff versus button, 7.6%. I want to see if tens are... Part of tens should be also in a 4-bet range. So this flop, he's not gonna have often, like he has sets 9 combination, but tens are sometimes 4-betting. So let's say around 7 combinations, 7.5 combinations he's gonna have set. 9-10 suited is only 2 combos, and he's gonna have a lot of like 10x that should be check. He's also having a high frequency of a check raise, so hands like ace 10, king 10, jack 10 sometimes needs to check raise also. Yeah, but I think it's okay. We're just jamming here with really nice because it doesn't hit his 2 pair of hands, so he's not gonna have jack 9 off, which is important, and we have a jam. We got really lucky, but I think it's pretty standard with the kings. $36.0. And suddenly a lot of tables has shown folding there. Okay. We're gonna still stick to this zone. We didn't get anything. Kings can also comfortably call, but based on his high check raising frequency of 20%, I decide to jam 8.3. A lot of draws in check raise range, gut shots, a lot of gut shots. Okay, check call. Against him, I'm folding the river for sure. His bluffs on the flop. I mean, queen 10 prefer call. 6-7 can bluff raise in position. Now he actually reps a flush. Backdoor flush that got there. We're gonna fold against him. Pocket sixes. Ace check. We're gonna open sixes. We're gonna try to get to the showdown. We're just gonna stick to the zone. Against him, I will be folding the river. Against him, I will be folding the river there. I'm gonna actually bluff here with this. Hey, he did the jack deuce. Everybody's killing us on the Zoom today, it seems. Seems like that. Calling the We are calling the flop stab of the pot. Queen 5, we're gonna fold. Deuce 10. I'm gonna open. The guy uses a lot of time. Ace 3, we're gonna call. 5, 6, 8. Let's see, small blind versus big blind pop up. Really low c-bet frequency. I'm gonna go half pot on the turn. He check all the king 10. Okay, he check all the two pairs, small blind versus big blind. But it was against bigger size. We're gonna go with betting the turn. And we're gonna bet the river. We're gonna leave this one and put in this one. King 8. In my head, I'm still in that hand with the ace king. I just can't help myself. I'm eager to know. 2.5, I should have gone. We're not gonna jam against him. 9-10. I'm gonna fold because the guy is not full stack. 9-10 is bottom of my calling range on the big blind versus cutoff. When I'm just thinking with the ace king, I'm also thinking we have a lot of natural bluffs like king queen with a gut shot blocking king jack and queen jack. We have queen 10. Um, so we have a lot of natural bluffs available and there. Yeah, but ace king is still ace king is still I think so good because of his blocking effect. And the problem is on the river. I'm not sure. Like it's really spot. If I check, I feel like I have to check call. If I'm not bluffing it, it just feel like that. Let's see, he's checking behind of the flop, 50% big blind versus small blind. Against him, I'm calling and folding the river because he's gonna delay with like hand that he triple bluff with on a king, and this guy will check behind the river. In this spot, I feel like really frequently with his bluffs. He has a really low bet fold, so against him I'll be folding the river. I'm not gonna bluff shove here against this guy. Even I have a urge to do it. Against him, I will not do it. You see, like how strong he is. He's also putting a lot of blocks with really like Nazi hands, so I'm not gonna do it. Everybody calls us too lightly. We we just gonna be we're gonna be more tighter now. Especially like in this spot where he's gonna have what he reps. He's gonna have like a strong like aces, like ace king, because aces can check behind on the flop. 7 8 3. Aces can check behind and like go for value on the river. So he's a fish. We are folding the river. Pretty long video, guys. I hope you don't mind. It had a lot of interesting spots, so we made mistakes. Not happy the way I played. I ran a lot better than I usually do, so I feel like I should have played a lot better than I did. Checking checking range on the ace to 7, delaying small, blocking. We're gonna go half. We're gonna go 10. On table number 2. Let's see what I have on this guy. I don't have any reads on him. Let's check twice with our top set. I think we need to check behind. Queen Jack got there, Pocket Jacks got there, backdoor flush got there. And he used like, look at this. I mean, when you see this, you're just gonna know he's not gonna bluff ever. There's no showdown with 5 6 here ever. There's no showdown. Our double check range is gonna have tens, nines, some Jack X hands, weak Queen X hands, traps like a pocket queens. Ace King is betting always. Ace 10 is betting always. King 10 is betting always. So there is no showdown value ever with this hand. He's not bluffing there, so he will heavily underbluffed. Uh, he just have to be bluffing this. There's no showdown value here. We're really gonna have backdoor flush, and he can have it split stepping on the turn. So whenever you see like this, I'm just gonna write it because he's not gonna turn into bluff in the situation where he needs to turn into bluff, basically. Just let me see what was the position. I'm not sure. Okay, it was middle position. I apologize again. Let's see, Queen Jack 3. So he's mostly going to be like against the hands like a Jack X, like hand like a Jack 10, pocket 10s, pocket 9s, and he didn't want to bluff against this range with hand that is never going to be good in a showdown ever. Ace 5, I didn't. I was writing the read, which I think it's actually really important because it will definitely shows us that this guy will be heavily under bluffing spots, especially spots where he's gonna be against really weak range with a hand that doesn't have a showdown value when his perceived bluff range can get there, and he's gonna still have a lot of value. He can still have a lot of top pairs that check behind on the flop. Let's see his check behind on the flop range. Check versus missed C bet. Okay, he's checking behind range is middle pair heavy actually. And he's stabbing a lot of good hands, so yeah. But still, I mean, when we are deeper there, uh, he's not gonna stab like a queen 10. He can just even check behind and should be checking behind some king queens also. Even like ace queen can be checked behind here. Okay, we're a little deeper, not that much. I thought we were like 100, 130. He can just check behind hand like a king queen 10 suited, like a king queen. He can have pocket sevens like this. He can have the backdoor flush. So he still can rep value range there, and he decides to go with the showdown that he doesn't have. So that's immediately telling me that he will underbluff the spots where he's gonna be generally against weak range, because range that checks out of position twice in a 3-bet pot is not gonna be. We had now pocket queens that we tried, but generally the range will not be strong. And against this weak range, he's not gonna bluff. Uh, what what do you think then when he will be against like two bets and check against range that is like a lot stronger? Uh, he will then never bluff in a million years in that spot if he's not bluffing this spot. So that's actually telling us a lot. And I'm gonna go with bigger size. Our flows will be mostly gut shots, and we're gonna bet river. Table number 3, we're gonna fold ace queen. At least we're getting some hands on the zoom. I must check this ace queen hand. I'm gonna check it down. King king 8 it was to tone. King 8 to tone. Okay, we're gonna check that also. I'm curious what is his really bad range on the river with the half pot. What is his really bad range? What is his really bad range there? Pocket tens, the check behind jacks are 4 betting. Pocket tens are sometimes 4 betting. Hmm. It looks like to me his really bad range is like slot played full houses, like 8s or 9s if he's doing that. I want to see his. Um, we gotta go 13. Um, it doesn't have like checking behind King X. I don't think it's likely. It can be, but let's say he's not that guy. Where's this? Okay, he's here. Let's say he's check behind turn range. He had ace king. Check behind turn. He checked with the ace king in this situation. So call a 3-bet with ace king, call a flop, check behind the turn, and he just bluff catch the river. Okay. Hmm. I want to see after check check turn. Does he have bluffs? I just think that this type of players, you see, like he's after checking turn in position, rarely betting, out of position, also rarely betting after checking turn. So I don't think this guy will be bluffing very often in this line. See, he's after checking turn is only 25% of bets, and it's all for value, okay? And even in position also after check check, you see that he doesn't have bluffs. He's like 18% generally betting after check check. That means he's just not gonna know what to bluff. So now I feel much better with that hand. Checking behind. Folding. Table number 1 on the Zoom. pretty weird on table number 4. Pretty weird size because he looks now polarized. He now looks more polarized with like a 2 pair, and he has a raising range 50% in position. That's telling us he's going to raise at least some portion of his value range on the flop in position like pocket 5s or 2 pair on the flop. And when you think about that, he's basically repping ace 9 and jack 9 with this bigger size, and we block both of that. Rarely delay bets. We're going to listen to the pool analysis in this situation against the real regression of 27. Over 3 hours, guys. Over 3 hours video. Poof. Gonna step. We gonna step table number 1. Table number 2. I'm gonna go with the trivet. The guy falls 70%, so definitely we want to be triveting a bunch. Hmm. Against the UTG, I would be folding there. I think he should be also using a polarized size, bigger size on the flop, because he needs to have a check range on that board. His went to showdown is insane. He went to showdown 58. Queen 10. Queen 10 we're opening against probably 58% of range. Let's see how he played big blind versus small blind. Okay, he folded. I'm using a bigger size on the Jack 8-6 board. We're gonna let I think we want to go polarized here. And table number 4. Around 11%. I'm gonna call ace queen. Around 11% of range. Let's see. How 11% looks like. He's gonna probably be linear like ace plus a jack off, king queen off. I'm gonna jam the river because we don't have many ace x of diamonds because we are not calling many ace of hands. He would see bet ace queen with the ace of diamonds, and to me he looks like we will just look like a bluff here. I'm just gonna jam because only ace of diamond that we're gonna have in his eyes will be ace of diamonds, like ace 10 that hit it, like ace 5 that hit it, like a flopped flush. So I think overbet jam is nice. He had king queen off, which he probably had that process that we don't have many when we shove many of ace of diamond hand, and only one we have is like flopped flush they check behind. That's not gonna happen very often. Check raise here on the flop, and we're going 4x because on the ace xx we're polarized, and because we're not gonna be check raising a lot of hand like ace jack or ace 10. So when we check raise, we're saying we have a two pair plus, and he goes with the three bet, which also shouldn't be happening very often in this spot. And I'm gonna go this size. When he check behind, he's gonna rarely have a flush, especially when the king of hearts is there. Um, so when he check behind, he looks to me like I don't think he's gonna check behind also with this with the set. So to me, it looks like some flop three bet bluff, and which type of hands can be in that range? Hands that block 4x, so hand like basically that 4x that blocks pocket fours is a bluff with the basically this bottom pair are using as a three bet bluffs because you block pocket fours, which is like most often check raise value for on the flop because nines are three betting some of the time. So when he check behinds, he doesn't have two pair that he wrapped or basically set. When he goes to a three bet like ace 9 plus, and basically I think he can only three bet basically sets. So when he check behind, I don't think he has a set ever. And I think actually now when I think about it, block on the river has much more sense than what we played here. Block or orbit again, block or orbit because we're gonna have low flushes there, like that we check raised. Let's see the board again. We're gonna have hand like a 5 6 of hearts, for example. And I think all of these hands want to block the river. Yep, I just made mistake again. I didn't think deep enough about my range in this situation. I just have to be honest. We didn't think about it good enough because generally I want to have an or bet on the river or block bet on the river. A lot of my hands want to block, um, especially these low flushes want to block. So I should have blocked with the queen jack there, and we would put him in much tougher spot because now some of his like bluffs on the flop now on the river when the fourth flush goes there, he can just say, okay, what he reps now, like a small flush, I can raise him off. Definitely I made a mistake. We have the new table ready also. But I'm not sure if I want to leave the Zoom. Actually, I will not leave the Zoom. Let's zoom till the end. Let's zoom till the end. Ace 8, we're gonna open. King 9, we're gonna fold. What's going on table number 3? This guy plays really, really weird. One of the weirdest guys I played. We're gonna call to. We have a big blind that is big fish, so we're gonna play. He actually needs to have a better range on this board. We're gonna go and call board that has a range advantage, and he can bet. He probably needs to use a bigger size on the Queen Jack 3, and we want to be now polarized, and we're gonna go with an orbit here. Generally on that board, like Queen Jack X, Queen Jack 3, two-tone, you want to bet out of position with a bigger size. Um, one third doesn't have sense because your c-bet frequency, you're not gonna bet like pocket nines or pocket tens on that flop or many Jack X hands. So you're polarized. Whenever you're polarized, you are using a bigger size, and you should be using bigger size there. So his one third doesn't have much sense. We're gonna go 23. Calling here with the pocket sevens. And calling with ace king. The zoom is just not going for us today, it seems. Um, I don't mind donk on the river. Yep. He had a queen jack actually, so not a big deal, but I think just based on the range, it's good spot to donk. I think he's gonna like bet often on the river. Gonna go with the 4-bet. Immediately jammed on. Seems like that. Well, I even missed the fly in the air. That's not good. This guy uses 5x in position 3-bet, which is insane, but he does it on regular tables. So he uses also linear range of hands that he's doing that. So he's gonna do that with like Jack 10, with pocket nines. We're calling pocket queens. calling king jack. I'm gonna check behind here. Double checked out of position. We're gonna go pot. We definitely run today much better than we played. We have to just say like it is. I'm definitely not happy the way I play, but I'm gonna fix that tomorrow. Uh, let's see what the guy had. Ace ten off. I'm gonna fix that with you tomorrow, and we will finish tomorrow with. We'll get to the 10 BB tomorrow. I have the feeling that's gonna happen because I'm gonna play better than today. I hope we're gonna run the same as today, and the results will be great. Queen deuce check. I'm gonna go 1/3. Queen 10, opening, king 5, folding, 5 9. Also, ace 8, 6 8. We're gonna fold 7 4 suited. Have a lot of reads about this guy. Just gonna read it to remember. A really nice read I have about him. Whenever somebody is attacking your delay c bet with a big check raise, and this guy does, that means he put a lot of value into the double check range, and that's weakening his stabbing range. And the guy always uses big sizes against me, so um, whenever that whenever that is the case, that means he's gonna put a lot of value hands into the uh, check raise turn against the delay bet, and that means his stabbing range is going to be a lot weaker, and you should be attacking his stabbing range, especially when he's using the normal sizes, because all of the like medium strength hands will be there, and the nuts hands wants to go to big check raise. So I really like that read, because I can just attack them without the hand, just attack them in this situation when I know against me they want to make a pot big. We don't fold that much, they know that, and they wanted to, with their Nazi hands, they don't want to stab and keep the pot small. They want to put a big check raise, especially in situations where the delay c bet is expected. For example, like the board is like queen 10 4, goes check. It immediately know if we have some kind of showdown value, because you're gonna bluff a lot of your bluffs on the flop. So you're gonna have a lot of 10x hands that check behind. Um, you're gonna have weak queen x, or board like a, let's say, jack 8 6. It's pretty obvious there that you want to check like tens and nines that doesn't want to be check raised against the bet. So you're always gonna have like some showdownable hand, and the delay c bet is gonna be a higher frequency. And whenever they are stepping in this situation, I just know he's just gonna, with his Nazi hands, he's gonna go with the check raise of my delay c bet, and it's much easier game. You can just attack them without the hand. So that read is really really important, and I like to have it. King 10 is a call. We are folding the turn with the king 10. He shouldn't be betting the turn very very often in this situation, but his double barrel is quite high, and I see that he's not betting the appropriate range. He's having a lot of hands that indicates his check on the turn will be really really poor, because a lot of middle pairs are double barreling in the spots where they actually want to check. I'll go 1/3. King 7 we're going to be folding. 5 jack we're going to fold. King 7 also. So over 3 hours, 3.5 hours video, like, at least I'm happy because of that. This guy looks raggish also. What he reps now? Like ace of hearts. Or he's like betting a queen jack with a block on the river. King queen on the river has sense. We're gonna finish the video today with the PO, and we're gonna go through that hand. I just want to see. I'm really really eager to know. I definitely feel that I made mistake, but I'm not sure like where. Is it on the turn or the river? My first instinct was to shove the river. And then when I saw that he didn't fold like any on triple barrel, that indicates his range is stronger, and he didn't fold ever. So he had like 4 out of 4 times calling the triple barrel in 3-bet pots. With that SPR, I felt he was gonna be calling us always, and suddenly it felt to me, okay, when I check, I just need to call. He should be donking the river also a lot. He had ace jack, he slow played. He should be donking the river smaller, because with this size we can actually only call straight and nothing else. And he just can't have bluffs enough in that spot or at all. Against fish, basically against 2x, I'm gonna call basically anything playable in any way. What happened there with 9-4? Jack 5, okay. Ace jack off. Let's go 8. He called through it with the jack 10 off, so what is this play? We are folding ace jack against him. 6% 3-bet range, knights plus, ace queen, suited broadways. Ace jack play really bad against that range. Really high win to showdown from this guy. He's also calling over 50%. Calling orbit with lowest pairs. I'm just gonna give up from bluffing against him. We bet small on the flop, which is okay. Checking behind the turn, and we're gonna go bigger size on the river. And now we're gonna also 3-bet here. One third. Let's see his range. We're gonna bet pot, so we can have a pot shove on the river. And pocket trees. I'm gonna check. The guy falls to double barrel really a lot, like 89%. So he's gonna fold here to pot. He's gonna fold like pocket sixes, sevens, eights, which is the what we want to do. I wanted to see something, but I'm not sure what it was. And there was like one weird hand, I don't know it where, like queen to, he floated queen this, okay. Just to know which player was that, but it was unfortunately on the Zoom. And on the Zoom, we're not gonna see him soon. And this guy is a fish also, we're gonna mark him. I'm gonna fold here. I need to call 4-bet there, and against the short, then I'm basically going in. Let's see what happened. Table number 3. I think it was. I want to see what happened there. On table number 3, let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. I want to know. It was probably okay. It was 3-bet pot, bet flop, check check turn, and bet half on the river, wrapping. I would say like an ace jack plus, but he should be betting turn like really often. So I would bet turn like 1/3 range. He bet the flop, which size? I think half pot. Yeah, he bet half pot flop. So he would bluff every bluff on the king. Every bluff that he has, he's gonna bluff, and he checks there. In many situations where you need to bet range and they have checking range, it's so, I mean, so. We're gonna actually go really small and fold to raise. Because of the SPR, we want to bet small on the flop. There's like chance. There's like two options there. The first option is to go to play two-street game and bet bigger on the flop shove on the turn, or go really small. And I think we want to go really small based on the flop, which is really for us. And we're gonna bet like most of our range, or basically range. The guys for the 833, his range will be really wide, so we have incentive to bet all of our hands, and that's why, because of the SPR, we want to go small to be fully utilizing our range advantage and play a three-street game. When he raises, we can do nothing with our hand. We're folding everything. This guy is like holding up his style of play. It seems working against us. Block bets, value betting us. This guy called with queens. We're gonna call to let him in. He used the min squeeze. We're gonna go with check raise here. We're gonna step small. We're gonna bomb the pot on the river. To me, he looks like a weaker pair than a queen. There's the option he's trapping us. I'm still gonna raise. I just feel he's gonna have like a weak hand, weak pair. It's far more likely than he has like a weak pair than he's trapping us actually, so. We and this table will be now broken after this guy has left, but actually we have the new one ready, so we're gonna go 4-bet with ace king. And we can just put the new table there. We want to stay on the zoom. gonna bet the turn with the ace 4. Board it's hard to hit on the small blind. He's gonna have a lot of weak pairs, weak pocket pairs on the small blind. Look at his small blind calling range, pocket sevens. So a lot of pocket pairs he falls to double barrel a lot. He's gonna fall all these low pairs to a double barrel, and still on the nice rivers for our bluffing range we can just bluff with our ace x. So which rivers we want to be bluffing? We want to bluff like 10, jack, king. All of these are good for our perceived bluffing range, so I would bluff there. He's like repping weak king or maybe like pocket tens, jacks, the bets like this, which can bet this size actually. So usually in position there's no sense of betting small. You always want to be more polarized in position, so you want to have a bigger sizing in position. Uh, the goal of block bets are to go to the showdown out of position cheaply against stronger hands of your opponents uh, than the hands that you are block betting, so you lose less than if you would check. You would face a bigger bet, um, and you also like strengthen that range with some value bets, with some traps, so they can just raise you easily, tin for value, and like that's the goal. And in position you can just check and go to the showdown, so that doesn't us we don't have incentive to bet small. uh, just because of that reason we can just go to showdown whenever we want. We can just check and go to the showdown, so we have the key of showdown. uh, so there's no need for that. And uh, usually in position player wants to be polarized and utilize his fold equity by that way, and that's why we rarely bet in position like smaller sizes, but people actually are doing that. And from what pool analysis is showing, they're not bluffing in these lines and with these sizes, because you know, in position, you're in position and you bet really small, like 1/3. um, Generally you will just feel you don't have the fold equity, and yep, generally you don't want to be doing that. But actually it shows that it's actually lacking bluffs in these lines. It's always like some medium strength hand, like medium lower strength hand, and people actually, some people are trying to induce also. I'm not sure. um, I'm not actually sure. uh, this is weird now. I think we need to only call. I think he's like betting pocket queens and we block pocket jacks, that he just puts the river. So he reps a king x. And he decided to just bluff with pocket nines for whatever reason. He insane. The play doesn't have any sense. This guy is pretty aggressive with the check raises. We're just gonna think about it a little bit. I don't think he's check raising 10x. he just used the ace 8. The hand that shouldn't be ever check raising. We're really betting now our ace jack on the turn and blocking the river. He still needs to call worse hands than this. And we're gonna go B, like 1 BP. We were really betting, but unfortunate river. And we did get called by worst. So everything was good. Against this 3-bet size, we're folding king jack and mostly 4-bet it as a bluff. Against 12% max exploit is to fold a bunch and do a lot of 4-betting. King jack off is fold actually against 18%, which is standard 18-19% of polarized 3-bet range in big blind versus small blind. We are actually 4-betting around 40% of king jack and calling the rest, but against 11% or 12% we are actually folding king jack, and some part of it, like around 30%, 40, just 4-bet is a bluff, rest we're gonna fold. Our hand is clear call on the turn. It's lower, but let's see just what the guy is doing. We don't know. Okay, we see a gut shot on the turn. How did he play river? He bet or bet turn, and now his bluffs are got in there. That's bad. Jack 9 got there, which we block, but queen jack, queen 9. We're just gonna lose a hand a lot. I'm just gonna turn it into bluff because I think we're just gonna lose basically like always. And I would just really bet like a king X there when he checks, when he goes with the door, like a king 9. I would bet, and we still have some two pairs. That queen's gonna hit him like a queen 9, queen X basically, queen jack. Against him, I'm 4-betting pocket eights. I'm not having call range there, so I'm only 4-bet or folding, and I'm gonna 4-bet pocket eights. He's using 4.5x in position 3-bet, so I'm not calling any hand. Pocket jacks to pocket jacks. I'm gonna go with an orbit on the flop. Pretty high equity board for us. Table number 1. I'm gonna go 1/4. Queens need protection. Want to get immediately all in. And this guy has probably Jack X. So I'm gonna just jam. block the river. Pocket fives. Guys, it's gonna be almost 4 hours. Um, I see, like, this is the spot where we gonna get this delay c-bet frequently, so I'm gonna check now. A lot of his bluffs are just betting the flop, like 7, 8, 8, 9, jack 9, king jack. So let's go for the triple check. And unfortunately, nothing happens. But he had ace 9, okay. Let's go 3-bet there. Betting on the table number 3, we're gonna go 1/3, and we're gonna use bigger size on table number 4. I don't mind also going to geometric size there with a slight overbet. Queen 3, okay. We're gonna, guys, close the session now and check the hand that we had, and just to see. All in all, I just can't be happy, but we did run really, really good. Really, really good. I actually don't remember last time when I run like this, so if I played better, the result would be a lot better. We have clear call. We bet the flop small. He's gonna have a lot of semi bluffs. He now doesn't have anything. We're just gonna go with the real small bet. Just because he doesn't have anything. What he had, I would just want to see like what he called with. He played like ace jack without any sense, and actually decided to call. Calling pocket tens. I'm gonna raise here. So definitely, at least we have a good introduction for tomorrow. So go into my Discord, guys, who didn't join. On my Discord, you'll have all the information about the stream time. Uh, Basically, everything is going through the Discord. You're welcome to join. We are talking about strategy, about hands, about everything. So let's go now just to see how we went. Uh, yeah, we run really good. Just just run really one of the best basically runs I had. So we run really good and really a lot about we. So we didn't deserve to win like this, but we did. Let's now actually see how we stand. Just let me first go into the PO just to see that hand, and then I will show you the graph, how it looks like. Wow, I need to just close the stars first. Okay. So let's go into it just to see the hand first. Okay. Um, just let me see if I remember the hand. It was the Jack 9-3. Just let me see the positions. Jack 9-3. Jack 9-3. Big blind versus button. Okay. Big blind versus button. The board was Jack of spade, three of hearts, nine of club, nine of diamonds. The pot was 24. We had 91 left. The size that we used on the flop was 66. Okay, and now we're gonna go solve the hand and we're gonna check it out. I'm gonna show you now how our graph looks like. Complete graph on Poker Stars that I played with my breakthrough HUD. We're still far. We are still far from 10 BBs. We would need couple of more sessions like this to get there. 630k hands, 9.3, and we have this big downswing that I talked about on my Discord where I lost from 370k hands to 400k hands. I lost 65 buy-ins, guys. So 65 buy-ins I lost. 65 buy-ins where I ran 23 times king versus aces. 3 times it was 300 blinds plus deep, and I flopped set over set on a 4-bet pot. Um, and we had this big downswing, you see. From 30k hands, I lost 65 buy-ins. And by the variance calculator of the toxic poker, they said it's impossible. That can happen. Like 5 BB winner can't lose in that time. In that amount, it can't lose. Like 30 buy-ins, and I lost 65, and I win 9.3. So it's definitely possible. That's why I have strict bankroll management, more like neater than any player, because things like that can happen. You can just lose like 65 buy-ins without in 30k hands without any problems. It happened to me a lot of times where you just can't do anything. Okay, let's go into the hand. We see like ace king is betting always, like you said. We're checking tens, we're checking pocket jacks, we're betting all of these king queen hands, ace queen, ace king. So we bet, he calls. Um, he's raising some king jack. Okay, he calls. Um, just let me leave this and let's see what the turn was. So the turn was a six of clubs. So for sure now ace king is going to check a bunch. So it's checks always because we have many natural bluffs. So I made mistake there. I wanted to bet, but actually we don't want to bet. I made mistake there. Um, Like we said, we have a queen 10, we have a king queen, which is now basically low equity. We have some ace x lower, like ace 5, ace 4, because it blocks ace jack. It's so we don't want to bluff. I mean, I wanted to bluff ace king, just basically because it has such a good blocker effect. And when we actually bet, you see, when we bet like this and we get called, I bet half pot on the turn, and the river was deuce. So if I check and he jams, we would call ace king if we bet like some small, like, but we basically shouldn't be betting. I'll just put again half pot when I will resolve it. So I shouldn't be betting the turn. I did that because um, I felt they're just gonna be overfolding. The guy's floating a lot on the flop, so when I bet turn, let's see, he should be folding these pocket pairs, eight, sevens, fives. That still some sixes. He's calling on the flop. Some fives. A lot of pocket eights are calling on the flop. On the turn, I thought he's gonna fold all of this. Even like pocket tens, he's now folding a bunch, and king queen should be folding. He's actually jamming some king queen suited, but this guy for sure wouldn't. So yes, let's see our double barrel range. You see, we're betting jack 10, we are betting queen jack, so we're betting like all these weak jack x hands, and when he calls and we get this river of deuce, we're still jamming them. So what is our checking range? Aces, sometimes ace jack. You see, I thought in game that I would be checking this weak jack x hand, but pair checks aces. That has sense because you're blocking the ace jack. That's gonna call you your triple. But with this SPR, I mean, he checks. He's now bluffing with the queen 10 always. We are calling basically all everything. So yeah, I mean, I just made mistake. I played a hand bad. Nothing I can say. Nothing I can say to defend it. Um, so guys, thank you for being with me. Uh, it was the session that I didn't deserve to win that much. I didn't play my best game. I made mistakes here. I just also played it. I mean, if I'm betting the turn there, and I shouldn't be, because if we are checking and he's stabbing, we are calling ace king most of the times. And let's see on the like black, like brick run out, when he jams, we're gonna still call a lot of ace kings. Um, Actually, our combo is calling most of the time. Um, so yep, I just made mistake. um, and it was a couple of them. I just hope tomorrow I'll be better. So join in tomorrow. I mean, it's basically today. So Friday from like 21 to 21:30 Central European time. I'm gonna be streaming. So join me. I'm trying to play better, and let's try to crash them together. Uh, See you soon, guys.